Hey everyone, today's journey invites you into timeless Zen stories that soothe the mind and open the heart. Before we begin, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Your support keeps these gentle explorations coming. Let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is. We love hearing from you. Now settle in, feel the soft light and stillness around you, and let ancient wisdom guide you into rest. The first light of dawn caresses the horizon as you find yourself on a narrow path leading to a simple wooden hut. Morning mist hovers just above the ground, swirling gently around your ankles with each step you take. Feel the coolness of early morning air filling your lungs as you breathe in deeply. The world around you is wrapped in a gentle hush that invites your thoughts to slow their endless racing. With each breath you take now, the tension in your shoulders begins to melt away. Allow your awareness to rest in this moment of perfect stillness as the day awakens around you. The path beneath your feet is soft with fallen pine needles cushioning each step. You notice how the earth yields slightly with your weight, creating a gentle rhythm as you walk. Birds are beginning their morning songs one by one, joining in a natural symphony that feels both distant and intimate. Your feet know this path somehow, though you cannot recall having walked it before. With each step forward you feel more at ease, as though returning to a place your heart has always known. Let your breath deepen naturally as you continue along this winding way. As you round a gentle curve in the path, you begin to hear the soft murmuring of water. The sound grows clearer with each step forward, calling to something deep within you. Through gaps in the trees you glimpse silver flashes of a stream winding its way through a small clearing ahead. The sound of flowing water merges with your breathing, creating a soothing rhythm that further quiets your mind. You feel yourself drawn forward without effort, your body moving in perfect harmony with this peaceful landscape. Allow yourself to be guided by this gentle invitation as the path opens before you. The trees part to reveal a small clearing where a humble hut stands beside the stream. Its wooden walls have weathered to a soft silver gray that seems to hold the memory of countless dawns. A thin wisp of smoke rises from a small chimney, disappearing into the pale morning sky. The thatched roof glistens with dew, catching the first golden rays of sunlight. You pause at the edge of the clearing, feeling a sense of timelessness in this simple scene. Nothing demands your attention here. Nothing pulls at your thoughts. You may simply be present, witnessing the perfect stillness of this moment as it unfolds. Without conscious decision you find yourself moving toward the hut. The door stands slightly ajar, as though expecting your arrival. As you approach you notice a simple wooden bench beside the entrance where an elderly teacher sits in contemplative silence. Before them rests a small table with two cushions placed on opposite sides. The teacher acknowledges your presence with the slightest nod, inviting you to join them without a spoken word. As you settle onto the empty cushion you feel a profound sense of welcome washing through you. Your breathing naturally slows to match the peaceful rhythm of this place. On the table between you sits a delicate porcelain teacup filled to the very brim with steaming tea. The teacher gestures toward it with an open palm, offering it to you without speaking. You notice how the surface of the tea creates a perfect meniscus, curving slightly above the rim of the cup without spilling over. Steam rises in graceful tendrils, dancing in the morning light before vanishing. The scent of the tea is subtle and complex, with notes of earth and flowers that remind you of forgotten springtimes. Your attention is drawn completely to this simple object, as though it contains some profound wisdom waiting to be discovered. As you gaze at the offered cup you become aware of your own mind already brimming with thoughts and assumptions. Questions form and dissolve about why you are here, what this teacher wants from you, what lesson might be contained in this moment. You notice how your mind rushes to make sense of this encounter, drawing on past experiences and expectations. Just as the cup before you cannot receive a single drop more, your mind feels full, unable to take in anything new. With gentle awareness you recognize this familiar pattern of filling each moment with what you already know rather than remaining open to what might be. The teacher remains perfectly still, watching you with kind eyes that hold no judgment. In this silence your awareness expands to include the warmth of sunlight on your back, the gentle pressure of the cushion beneath you, the sound of water moving over stones nearby. Your breathing deepens naturally as your shoulders release their tension. With each exhale you feel yourself settling more fully into this moment, allowing it to be exactly as it is. The busy thoughts that followed you along the path begin to quiet themselves one by one, like birds coming to rest at dusk. In this growing stillness you sense something important waiting to be understood. The teacher slowly raises their hands, cupping them around an invisible vessel. Through this simple gesture they invite you to see beyond the physical cup before you to something more essential. The teaching begins to unfold in the space between you, one that requires no words to convey its wisdom. True learning begins only when the cup is emptied, when we release our certainty about what we think we know. The fullness of your own mind reflected in the brimming cup reveals why new understanding has no space to enter. This ancient wisdom whispers to you now through the morning stillness, through the teacher's patient presence, through your own growing awareness. As this understanding settles into you, the first light of day strengthens, painting the clearing in golden hues. The stream continues its timeless journey over smooth stones, its voice a constant reminder of nature's flowing wisdom. You feel your breath moving like water through your body, bringing life with each inhale, releasing tension with each exhale. In this perfect moment, something shifts within you, a willingness to empty your cup, to approach this day with fresh eyes. The path ahead may be the same one you have walked countless times before, yet with beginner's mind each step becomes new. Each moment holds possibilities you have never before imagined. Allow yourself to rest in this understanding as we continue our journey together. Passage 2. The morning light strengthens around you as you sit before the teacher, considering the full cup. Your eyes meet theirs and you see infinite patience reflected back at you. A gentle breeze moves through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and distant wildflowers to where you sit. You notice how this moment feels suspended in time, neither rushing forward nor clinging to what has passed. The stream continues its constant murmur, providing a soothing backdrop to the silence between you. Allow your body to settle more deeply into this cushion beneath you, feeling how it supports you completely without effort. The teacher gestures once more toward the cup, their movement unhurried and deliberate. You understand you are being invited to drink, yet hesitate, knowing the cup is filled beyond capacity. Your mind searches for the correct response, wondering if this is some kind of test. As you consider your options, you become aware of how quickly your thoughts move to analyze, categorize. The teacher watches you with gentle amusement, their eyes crinkling slightly at the corners. In their gaze you sense an invitation to step beyond your familiar patterns of thinking. Let your breath deepen now as you consider what it might mean to approach this moment with true openness. With politeness born of habit, you begin to decline the offered tea, explaining that the cup is already full, that attempting to drink would surely cause a spill. The words form and dissolve on your lips as you realize the teacher already knows this. Their expression remains unchanged, yet somehow conveys that your polite refusal has missed something essential. The morning grows quieter around you, as though nature itself is waiting for understanding to dawn. You feel a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a gathering of intention in the space between you and the teacher. Something important is unfolding here, if only you can empty your mind enough to perceive it. The teacher reaches for the small teapot resting nearby, lifting it with hands that speak of decades of such movements. Their focus is complete, as though this simple act contains the secrets of the universe. You watch transfixed as they hold the pot above your already full cup. Surely they do not intend to pour more tea, you think, yet. That is precisely what begins to happen. A thin stream of amber liquid falls from the spout toward the brimming cup. Time seems to slow as you watch the inevitable about to occur. In this suspended moment you feel yourself caught between the certainty of what must happen and a growing openness to whatever this lesson might reveal. The tea strikes the surface of your cup and immediately spills over the rim. A small puddle forms on the wooden table, expanding outward in all directions. The teacher continues to pour with unwavering attention, their eyes never leaving the overflowing cup. You feel a momentary flash of confusion followed by concern about the spreading puddle. Your mind rushes to make sense of this strange behavior, wondering if you should reach for a cloth to clean the spill or speak up to stop what seems like a wasteful act. Yet something holds you in place, a growing curiosity about what this demonstration might be revealing to you. As the puddle spreads across the table, you become aware of a parallel overflow happening within your mind. Thoughts spill over one another, rushing to analyze, judge, question this unexpected turn of events. You notice how tightly you cling to your preconceptions about proper behavior, about waste, about respect. These assumptions form a barrier, preventing you from seeing what might lie beyond your established patterns of thinking. The teacher finally stops pouring, setting the teapot down with the same deliberate care with which they lifted it. Their eyes meet yours again, conveying a question without words. Can you see how your cup, like your mind, cannot receive anything new when already filled to capacity? The spilled tea continues its journey across the table, some droplets falling to the earth below. You watch as the liquid finds its own path, following the natural grain of the wood, unstoppable in its forward movement. In this simple demonstration you begin to recognize how clinging to preconceptions blocks new understanding. Just as the full cup cannot receive fresh tea, your mind filled with established knowledge cannot welcome new insights. The morning light catches the spreading liquid, transforming it into a mirror that reflects the sky above. In this reflection you glimpse something about yourself, about the nature of learning, about the barriers you have unknowingly constructed around your own growth. A gentle acceptance begins to wash through you as you witness this lesson unfolding. Your breathing deepens naturally as tension releases from your shoulders, your jaw, your hands. You notice how tightly you had been holding yourself, how much effort goes into maintaining what you believe you know. The teacher remains perfectly still, allowing you the space to arrive at understanding in your own time. No words are needed as the overflowing cup speaks its wisdom directly to your heart. The stream continues its song nearby, reminding you that nature never resists its own flowing, changing nature. You feel an invitation to allow yourself the same freedom to release what no longer serves you. The puddle of tea has stopped expanding now, having found its natural boundaries. Steam rises from its surface, carrying the aroma of something rich and complex that you have not yet tasted. You realize with sudden clarity that this demonstration was never about wasting tea, but about revealing the nature of the mind. How often have you approached life with a cup already full, believing you know what to expect, what is possible, what is true? The teacher watches as this understanding dawns in your eyes, a slight smile acknowledging your recognition. This moment of insight feels both humbling and liberating, as though a door has opened to a room you never knew existed within yourself. The morning has fully arrived now, golden light streaming through the trees to dapple the ground around you. Birds call to one another in the branches overhead, their songs a reminder of the continuous unfolding of life. You feel yourself growing more present with each breath, more receptive to the teaching offered in this quiet clearing. The teacher reaches forward and with one gentle movement, tips your cup, completely emptying the remaining tea onto the table. As the last drops join the puddle, you feel something release within you as well, a willingness to let go of certainty, to approach this moment with genuine openness. This understanding settles into your bones as we continue our journey together, learning what it means to empty our cups before seeking to fill them anew. Passage 3. Stillness settles over the clearing as the teapot comes to rest on the table between you and the teacher. The morning light filters through the leaves above, creating patterns that shift and dance across the wooden surface. You notice how your attention is naturally drawn to the spreading puddle of tea, how it captures light in its amber depths. Your breathing has slowed to match the peaceful rhythm of this place, each inhale bringing clarity, each exhale releasing tension. Allow yourself to sink deeper into this moment, feeling the support beneath you, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the gentle symphony of nature surrounding you on all sides. The teacher sits in perfect stillness, their presence an anchor in this timeless moment. No words are spoken yet. Communication flows between you in the language of shared attention. You become aware of your racing thoughts, gradually slowing like ripples on a pond, returning to calmness. Questions about the spilled tea, about the purpose of this demonstration, about what comes next, all arise and dissolve in the spaciousness of your awareness. You notice how your mind seeks to fill silence with narrative, how it rushes to make meaning even before understanding has truly arrived. With each breath now invite yourself to rest in not knowing, allowing wisdom to emerge in its own time. Your gaze remains drawn to the spreading puddle, watching as it finds natural pathways in the grain of the wood. There is a strange beauty in its movement, a perfect reflection of how life flows when not constrained by rigid expectations. The tea has formed a shape unique to this moment. This table, this particular pouring. You realize it could never be exactly replicated, even if the teacher were to pour again in precisely the same way. In this simple observation, something profound begins to stir within you about the nature of experience, about the impossibility of stepping into the same river twice. Each moment arrives fresh, never before encountered, never to return exactly as it is now. The quiet gaze of the teacher carries the weight of unspoken teaching. Their eyes hold no judgment, no impatience, only a spacious invitation to see beyond the surface of things. You feel yourself meeting this gaze with growing openness, allowing the lesson of the overflowing cup to penetrate more deeply. The teacher has not wasted tea, but offered wisdom in a language more ancient than words. You notice a shift in your perception, as though a veil is being gently lifted, revealing something that was always present yet somehow overlooked. Your breathing deepens naturally as this awareness expands within you, creating space for new understanding to emerge. Birdsong filters through the trees, a counterpoint to the stream's constant murmur. A dragonfly hovers momentarily above the puddle of tea, before darting away in a flash of iridescent wings. These simple events register in your awareness without commentary or elaboration, each one perfect and complete in itself. You begin to recognize how your mind typically fills with chatter, labeling, comparing, judging each experience rather than simply witnessing what is. This mental noise creates a barrier between you and direct experience, a filter through which reality becomes distorted by preconception. The teacher's demonstration has made visible what usually remains unseen, the habitual patterns that limit your perception. A gentle breath of wind moves through the clearing, carrying the scent of spilled tea mingled with pine and earth. You notice how this aroma triggers memories, associations, ideas, each one arising and passing like clouds in the vast sky of awareness. Without effort, you find yourself observing this mental activity, rather than becoming lost within it. This simple shift in perspective brings a profound sense of spaciousness, as though you are not your thoughts but the consciousness in which they appear. The teacher nods slightly, acknowledging this awakening awareness within you. In the space between one breath and the next, something essential is being revealed about the nature of mind itself. The puddle of tea has come to rest now, no longer expanding across the table. Its surface reflects fragments of sky, leaves your own face looking back at you. In this mirror you catch a glimpse of yourself, not as the solid, unchanging identity you usually imagine, but as something more fluid, more spacious, more alive with possibility. The teacher reaches forward with unhurried movement, dipping one finger into the spilled tea. They trace a simple circle on the wooden surface, leaving a glistening trail that catches the morning light. This gesture speaks directly to your heart, conveying without words how awareness of mental chatter is the first step toward openness. When we can witness the constant activity of mind without being carried away by it, something new becomes possible. Sunlight strengthens as the morning advances, warming your shoulders and back. You feel energy flowing more freely through your body as tension continues to release with each exhale. The circle drawn in tea begins to dry, its edges already fading back into the wood. Nothing is permanent, everything in constant transformation, including your own thoughts and perceptions. The teacher sits with hands now resting, palms up on their knees, an embodiment of receptive presence. You find yourself naturally mirroring this posture, your own hands opening in a gesture of surrender. In this simple adjustment you feel something shift within you, a willingness to receive rather than grasp, to witness rather than control. A single leaf drifts down from above, landing silently beside the puddle of tea. Its journey from branch to earth complete in perfect timing, neither rushed nor delayed. You watch this small event with complete attention, noticing details you might normally overlook, the intricate veining of the leaf, its gentle rocking motion as it settled, its exact placement in relation to the tea. This heightened awareness brings a quality of richness to the moment, a sense that life is offering itself fully if only we have eyes to see. The teacher's presence encourages this attentiveness, this willingness to meet each moment with fresh perception. You begin to understand that true seeing becomes possible only when we release our expectations about what we will find. The morning continues to unfold around you in perfect harmony, each element playing its part in a symphony of experience. The stream flows, the birds sing, the light shifts, and within you awareness expands to hold it all without effort. You have begun to recognize how your mind typically fills with stories, interpretations, judgments, creating a barrier between yourself and direct experience. The teacher has offered a precious gift in this demonstration, revealing how awareness of mental chatter is the first step toward genuine openness. As this understanding settles into your being, you feel a growing lightness, a sense of possibility that was not present before. The journey continues as we move forward together, exploring the nature of mind and the freedom that comes with releasing what we think we know in favor of what each moment freshly reveals. Passage 4. A silent question hangs in the air between you and the teacher, as tangible as the morning mist that still clings to the shadows of the clearing. Without words being spoken, you understand what is being asked of you. Can you perceive the teaching beyond the spilled tea, beyond the empty cup, beyond all the concepts your mind rushes to create? The invitation is to move beneath the surface of things to where true understanding waits. Your breath deepens naturally as you allow this question to resonate within you. Feel how your body responds to this moment of questioning, the subtle alertness that arises when certainty gives way to genuine curiosity. The puddle of tea has settled completely now, water molecules finding their level in perfect accordance with natural law. You notice how the liquid forms small ripples as the wooden table absorbs its moisture, each circle expanding outward before gradually fading. These soft movements capture your attention, drawing you into deeper presence. Time seems to slow as your awareness sharpens, focusing completely on this simple phenomenon. The rippling tea becomes a universe unto itself, worthy of full attention, revealing patterns you might never notice in your usual hurried state. Allow yourself to be fully present with this observation, feeling how complete attention brings a natural sense of peace. With each breath you become more attuned to the subtle energies of this place, the gentle pressure of the cushion supporting you, the cool morning air against your skin, the distant calls of birds greeting the day. Your senses open like flowers turning towards sunlight, receiving impressions without the usual filtering of judgment or analysis. In this receptive state you notice how the spilled tea continues its journey, not ending at the edge of the puddle, but transforming as it soaks into wood, returning to the cycle of elements from which it came. Nothing is truly wasted in nature, only changed from one form to another. This simple realization brings a sense of rightness, a recognition of the perfect order underlying apparent chaos. The teacher remains motionless, watching you with eyes that hold centuries of wisdom. Their gaze invites you deeper past the surface appearance of things to the heart of the lesson being offered. You become aware of how your own mind has been filling with stories about this encounter, interpretations, explanations, attempts to categorize and contain what is happening. These thoughts arise like bubbles in a stream, forming, expanding, bursting in the continuous flow of awareness. As you witness this mental activity without becoming caught in it, a spaciousness opens within you. The question hanging in the air begins to answer itself, not through concept but through direct experience of your own thought patterns. Sunlight streams through the leaves above, creating pools of golden light that shift and dance across the clearing. A single beam illuminates the puddle of tea, transforming ordinary liquid into something luminous and precious. You notice how perception itself is transformed by attention, how the simplest things reveal unexpected beauty when truly seen. The teacher gestures toward the illuminated tea, their movement so subtle it might easily be missed. In this gesture you sense an invitation to look beyond appearance to the nature of seeing itself. Who is it that sees? What is it that perceives? These questions arise not as problems to be solved but as gateways to deeper understanding. As you sit in this growing awareness, you recognize how your mind typically constructs reality through layers of interpretation and judgment. Each experience filtered through past conditioning, labeled, categorized before it can even be fully received. This habitual pattern creates a barrier between yourself and the living moment, a veil of concepts obscuring direct perception. The spilled tea becomes a mirror reflecting not just light but your own process of making meaning. You see how quickly your thoughts rush to create stories about waste, impropriety, confusion, even as the teacher demonstrated with perfect clarity the nature of a mind too full to receive. This recognition brings a gentle smile to your lips, an acknowledgement of the very pattern being revealed. The stream continues its journey, nearby water flowing over smooth stones with a sound like distant music. You find your attention drawn to this constant movement, this perfect example of natural harmony. Water does not resist its path, does not question its direction, does not cling to any particular form. It simply flows, responding to the contours it encounters with perfect adaptability. In witnessing this effortless movement, something shifts within your understanding. The teacher has been demonstrating this same wisdom through their actions, showing rather than telling how to move through life with the same natural responsiveness. Teaching that witnessing thoughts without judgment creates space for insight to arise naturally, like water finding its path downhill. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves above, sending dappled shadows dancing across the wooden table. The puddle of tea continues its gradual absorption, becoming one with the surface that holds it. You notice how this process happens without effort, without resistance, each element responding naturally to the other. Your own breath has found a similar harmony, flowing in and out in perfect rhythm with the moment. As your attention rests in this simple awareness, you feel a growing sense of integration, as though the boundaries between observer and observed are softening. The teacher's eyes meet yours, conveying silent acknowledgement of this shift within you. No words are needed as understanding passes between you in the language of presence. The clearing holds a quality of timelessness now, as though this single morning might contain eternity. Birds continue their conversations in the branches above, each call and response a perfect expression of natural communication. You notice how different this is from human dialogue, how free from the burden of conceptual thought, how complete in its immediacy. The teacher repositions slightly on their cushion, the small movement drawing your attention back to the present moment. Their hands rest palms upward on their knees in a gesture of receptivity that speaks more clearly than any words. You find yourself naturally mirroring this posture, your own hands opening as something within you opens as well. With each breath now you feel yourself settling more deeply into this understanding. The mind creates stories, constantly weaving interpretations, judgments, comparisons around each experience. When we can witness this process without being carried away by it, a new dimension of awareness becomes available. The teacher has demonstrated this truth through the simple act of pouring tea into a full cup, revealing how our preconceptions prevent us from receiving what each moment offers. As this wisdom settles into your being, you feel a profound sense of gratitude for this teaching so perfectly tailored to exactly what you needed to learn. The journey continues as we move forward together, exploring how witnessing thoughts without judgment creates the space where true insight can flourish and genuine understanding can take root. Passage 5. The concept of beginner's mind reveals itself in the clearing like the gradual brightening of dawn. The teacher sits before you, embodying this teaching through their perfect attention to each moment. You notice how they engage with the simple elements of the world around them, the wooden table, the spilled tea, the morning light, with a quality of freshness as though encountering each for the very first time. There is a profound difference between this way of being and your usual mode of moving through life, categorizing experiences based on past encounters. Beginner's mind is revealed not as ignorance but as clear, empty space where genuine perception becomes possible. Allow this understanding to settle into you with each breath, feeling how it creates an expansive quality within. The air in the clearing holds a subtle fragrance as wisps of incense begin drifting from the small hut nearby. The teacher must have lit it earlier before your arrival, preparing this space for the lessons that would unfold. You watch as lazy swirls of smoke catch the morning light, their patterns impossible to predict yet perfectly harmonious. Each tendril follows its own path, some rising directly upward, others spiraling in complex designs before dissolving into invisibility. The incense brings a sacred quality to the clearing, its gentle aroma connecting this moment to countless ceremonies across time and space. Your breath naturally deepens as you inhale this fragrance, allowing it to anchor you more fully in the present. With each inhale you draw in the scented air, with each exhale you release a little more of the tension you've been carrying. The teacher watches this process with gentle attentiveness, their presence encouraging your continued unfolding. You become aware of how doubt and openness weave through each breath, how questioning and certainty arise and dissolve in the continuous flow of experience. These seemingly opposite qualities reveal themselves as necessary companions on the path of understanding. Too much certainty and the cup remains too full to receive too much doubt, and nothing can be retained. The perfect balance lies in remaining open while also honoring what has been learned, a middle path that the teacher embodies with every gesture. Sunlight strengthens in the clearing, warming your shoulders and face. You notice how this simple sensation of warmth requires no explanation, no analysis to be fully experienced. It simply is a direct perception available whenever attention rests in the senses rather than in thought. The teacher extends one hand palm upward into a beam of light, demonstrating without words how to receive experience directly. This gesture offers a simple practice. Observe each breath as if for the first time, without expectation, without comparison, without the filter of past or future. Just this breath arising and passing, complete in itself, requiring nothing more to be added. A small brown bird lands on a nearby branch, tilting its head as though curious about the scene below. Its eyes, bright and alert, miss nothing as it surveys the clearing. You watch as it observes without judgment, simply taking in what is present without creating stories or conclusions. The bird embodies perfect attention, complete presence in each moment, exactly the quality being revealed through the teacher's lesson. After a moment it flies away, leaving the branch bouncing gently in its wake. This small event contains the entire teaching if you have eyes to see it, the natural way of moving through the world, fully engaged yet completely unattached. Your next breath comes with renewed awareness as you practice receiving it as if for the very first time. The puddle of tea has been mostly absorbed now, leaving only a slight darkening of the wood where it spilled. You notice how even this trace is impermanent, gradually returning to the color of the surrounding table as it dries in the strengthening sunlight. Nothing remains fixed, everything in constant transformation, including your own thoughts and perceptions. The teacher gestures toward where the tea had spilled, inviting you to observe this natural process of change without resistance. Each moment arises fresh and new, never exactly repeating what came before, never lasting beyond its brief appearance in awareness. This understanding brings a quality of lightness to your experience, as though something heavy has been set down, something you didn't realize you were carrying. The stream continues its journey nearby, its voice a constant reminder of nature's flowing wisdom. You notice how water adapts perfectly to whatever container holds it, taking the shape of riverbed, cup or tea puddle, without preference or complaint. This adaptability reflects the quality of beginner's mind, the willingness to conform to the reality of each moment rather than imposing preconceptions upon it. The teacher dips their fingers into the stream, then lets the water drip back down, each droplet catching light before returning to its source. No words are needed to convey the teaching contained in this simple gesture, the perfect harmony that arises when we allow experience to be exactly as it is without adding or subtracting anything through our thinking. A sense of profound peace settles over you as you continue to practice receiving each breath as if for the first time. Your awareness expands to include the gentle pressure of the cushion beneath you, the subtle movements of air against your skin, the play of light and shadow across the clearing. These direct perceptions arrive without commentary, without judgment, simply present in the field of consciousness. The teacher nods slightly, acknowledging this shift in your awareness. Something is awakening within you, a capacity for direct experience that has always been present yet often overlooked in the constant stream of thinking. This natural clarity reveals itself not as something to achieve, but as what remains when unnecessary mental activity subsides. The incense continues its lazy ascent, fragrant smoke rising and dissolving like thoughts in the space of awareness. You notice how some tendrils linger longer than others, how patterns form and transform in continuous flow, never settling into fixed form. Your own experience follows similar patterns, constantly changing, never quite the same from one moment to the next. The teacher reaches for the empty cup that had previously been filled to overflowing. They hold it up to the light, examining its perfect emptiness with the same attention they gave to its fullness. In this simple act, they demonstrate how beginner's mind values empty space not as lack but as potential, the necessary condition for anything new to enter. Morning birds call to one another across the clearing, their voices creating a natural harmony that requires no conductor. You listen with renewed attention, hearing the subtle variations in tone and rhythm that make each call unique. The teacher sits in perfect stillness, a human embodiment of the receptive quality being revealed through each element of this lesson. As this understanding settles into your being, you feel a natural alignment with the rhythms of the world around you. Beginner's mind is not something to strive for, but a natural state that reveals itself when we release our grasp on what we think we know. The practice is simple: observe each breath, each sensation, each moment as if encountering it for the very first time. As we continue our journey together, this practice becomes the foundation for all that follows, the empty cup that stands ready to receive whatever this day may bring. Passage 6. Memories begin to surface in your awareness. As you sit before the teacher in the morning light, you recall years of study books, read lessons attended, knowledge carefully accumulated and sorted. Pride in knowing much has been a companion on your journey, a sense of accomplishment in all you have learned. These thoughts arise without judgment as you witness them passing through the spaciousness of your awareness. The teacher watches you with gentle eyes that seem to see beyond the surface of things to the essential nature beneath. You recognize how these memories of past learning have shaped your identity, creating a solid sense of self defined by what you know. With each breath now you feel this solidity softening as new understanding takes root. The wooden bench beneath the teacher holds the patina of countless hours of sitting, a physical record of dedication to this simple practice. You notice how your own posture has gradually adjusted throughout this encounter, moving from initial tension to a more natural alignment. Your spine rises with dignity, yet without rigidity. Your shoulders release their habitual holding, your hands rest easily in your lap. This physical opening mirrors something happening within your understanding, a shift from rigid certainty to more flexible awareness. The contrast between your former confidence and present humility becomes increasingly clear, not as judgment but as simple recognition. Something essential is being revealed in this growing space between what you thought you knew and what you now perceive. A gentle breeze moves through the clearing, bringing the scent of pine and distant flowering plants. You notice how this sensory experience arrives complete in itself, requiring no explanation, no categorization to be fully received. Your usual habit of naming, analyzing, comparing falls away as direct perception takes precedence. The teacher adjusts their position slightly, the soft rustle of their clothing, a reminder of the physical dimension of this encounter. You have been sitting longer than you realized, yet your body feels surprisingly comfortable, as though it has found its natural state of being. Time seems to expand in this clearing, each moment full enough to contain worlds of experience when attention is fully present. Light shifts as clouds pass overhead, briefly dimming the clearing before brightness returns. This natural rhythm of light and shadow plays across the wooden table between you and the teacher, creating patterns that never repeat exactly. You watch this dance with fresh eyes, noticing details that might normally escape your attention: the precise edge where sunlight meets shadow, the gradual transformation as a cloud passes, the quality of illumination that follows. These observations require no commentary, no conclusion, simply direct seeing without the filter of conceptual thought. The teacher raises one hand into a patch of sunlight, turning it slowly as though examining the play of light across skin with genuine curiosity. This simple gesture demonstrates how familiar experiences reveal new dimensions when approached with beginner's mind. The door of the small hut creaks gently as a slight breeze catches it, causing it to move a fraction of an inch on its wooden hinges. This small sound draws your attention momentarily, a perfect invitation to notice how easily awareness shifts from one object to another. You become conscious of this movement of attention itself, how naturally it flows without effort from sight to sound to sensation and back again. The teacher remains perfectly still, their presence an anchor in this exploration of consciousness. In witnessing the gentle creak of the door, your body instinctively shifts position slightly, bringing awareness to the physical sensations of sitting. This natural adjustment happens without thought, a perfect example of how wisdom resides in the body as much as in the mind. As your awareness returns to bodily sensations, you notice the feeling of your feet in contact with the earth. Even through sandals or shoes, this connection remains a literal grounding that anchors your experience. You allow your attention to rest in this sensation, feeling how the earth supports you without effort or expectation. This grounding brings a quality of stability to your awareness even as thoughts and emotions continue their dance across the surface of consciousness. The teacher gestures toward your feet with a slight nod, encouraging this exploration of foundational awareness. There is profound wisdom in this simple reconnection with the physical world, a reminder that all spiritual understanding ultimately returns to embodied experience. The stream continues its journey nearby, water flowing over smooth stones with a sound like distant music. You find your attention drawn to this constant movement, this perfect example of natural harmony. Just as water conforms perfectly to whatever container holds it, awareness takes the shape of whatever object it rests upon. This understanding brings a sense of fluidity to your experience, a recognition that consciousness itself is not fixed but continuously flowing, adapting, responding to the contours of each moment. The teacher watches as this recognition dawns in your eyes, a slight smile acknowledging your deepening perception. The confidence you once held in your accumulated knowledge gives way to a more humble appreciation for the mystery at the heart of everyday experience. Birds call to one another across the clearing, their voices creating a natural conversation that needs no translation. You listen with renewed attention, hearing the subtle variations that make each call unique. One bird seems to be responding directly to another, their exchange a perfect demonstration of natural communication. The teacher raises one hand slightly, mirroring the rhythm of this avian dialogue, demonstrating how all of life participates in continuous exchange. Your previous studies and learning take on new dimension in light of this understanding, not as separate facts to be memorized, but as aspects of an integrated whole, each element in constant communication with all others. This recognition brings a sense of belonging, a feeling of participation in the great conversation of existence. A small ant makes its way across the wooden table, its path intersecting where tea had spilled earlier. You watch its journey with complete attention, noticing how it pauses occasionally, antenna moving as though gathering information before continuing on its way. This tiny being navigates its world with perfect confidence, despite lacking all the knowledge you have accumulated. Its wisdom lies in direct response to immediate experience, uncomplicated by concepts or theories. The teacher points toward the ant with one finger, a gesture that contains volumes of teaching about the nature of true intelligence. Your years of study appear in a new light, not as something to cling to, but as tools to be used when helpful and set aside when they become barriers to direct perception. The clearing holds a quality of timelessness, now as though this single morning might contain eternity. You feel a profound shift in your relationship to knowledge, no longer identifying so completely with what you know, but finding yourself in the spacious awareness that holds all knowing. The contrast between your former confidence and present humility reveals itself not as loss but as expansion. The teacher sits before you, embodying this teaching through their presence, demonstrating how wisdom flows naturally when the mind remains open, like an empty cup, ready to receive what each moment offers. As this understanding settles into your being, we continue our journey together, exploring how beginner's mind transforms our relationship with knowledge, from possession to participation, from accumulation to appreciation, from certainty to the open ground of not knowing, where true discovery becomes possible. Passage 7. The morning has fully arrived now, bathing the clearing in golden light that seems to illuminate not just the physical world but understanding itself. The teacher sits before you with the empty teacup resting between you on the wooden table. After allowing silence to deepen, they lift the cup with both hands, raising it to eye level with a gesture of profound respect. Every movement they make contains the fullness of attention, revealing how even the simplest action becomes sacred when performed with complete presence. You watch this demonstration feeling something resonating within you, a recognition of possibility that has always been available yet somehow overlooked. The empty cup catches light along its rim, gleaming with potential that only emptiness can offer. The teacher extends their hands, offering the cup to you. The gesture is unhurried, deliberate, full of meaning that transcends words. You receive it, feeling the smooth porcelain against your fingertips, the perfect weight of it in your palms, the subtle warmth where their hands have just been. This exchange happens in complete silence, yet communicates volumes about giving and receiving, about letting go, about beginning anew. As you hold the cup, your awareness naturally centers in this simple object, this perfect symbol of receptivity. The teacher's eyes meet yours, conveying an invitation that requires no translation. Pour every last drop away, release what fills you, make space for what wishes to enter. With the cup resting in your hands, you become aware of a decision point approaching. The teacher has demonstrated the problem of a cup too full to receive anything new. Now they invite you to experience the solution directly, not as concept, but as lived reality. You glance toward the stream flowing nearby, understanding without words what is being asked of you. This invitation carries a weight that extends beyond this moment, beyond this cup, to everything you have been holding: your certainty, your knowledge, your fixed views of yourself and the world. A profound silence holds this recognition as something shifts within you, a willingness to participate fully in what is being offered. Rising from your cushion, you feel the alertness of your body, the ground solid beneath your feet, the air cool against your skin. Each sensation arrives with newfound clarity, as though your senses have awakened from a long sleep. The teacher remains seated, watching with eyes that hold no expectation, only patient witnessing of your journey. Moving toward the stream, you feel the rhythm of your steps, the subtle adjustments of balance, the natural coordination of body in motion. These physical sensations ground you in present experience, creating a foundation for the ritual that is unfolding. The cup in your hand seems to grow lighter with each step, as though anticipating its own emptying. At the stream's edge, you pause, taking in the continuous flow of water over smooth stones. Light dances across its surface, creating patterns that never repeat, exactly the perfect expression of impermanence in action. Kneeling on the bank, you feel the cool dampness of earth through your clothing, connecting you to the elemental world that sustains all life. The cup in your hand seems to pulse with significance far beyond its simple form. You hold it over the flowing water, understanding that what happens next is not merely about emptying a vessel, but about creating space within yourself for new possibility. The teacher watches from a distance, their presence a silent affirmation of this moment's importance. With a deliberate movement, you begin to tilt the empty cup, watching as the last few drops that clung to its interior now trace a silent path back to earth. These final droplets catch sunlight as they fall, tiny prisms creating momentary rainbows before rejoining the flowing stream. Though the cup was already essentially empty, these last traces represent something significant, the subtle residue of old patterns that remain even when we believe ourselves ready for new experience. You watch as water accepts these returning drops without resistance, incorporating them instantly back into its flowing nature. This simple act contains profound teaching about letting go, about the natural completion of cycles, about the return of all things to their source. A profound silence holds this moment as you kneel by the stream, the emptied cup now truly vacant and ready. No words are needed, as understanding flows through direct experience more clearly than any explanation could provide. You remain in this position, feeling the significance of what has just transpired, recognizing that physical actions can transform inner landscapes in ways that concepts cannot touch. The teacher has led you to this ritual not as symbolic gesture, but as direct participation in the reality of emptying the cup. Time seems suspended as you hold this moment, taking in its fullness, its completion, its perfect simplicity. The stream continues its journey unaffected, yet somehow acknowledging your participation in its endless cycle. Turning the cup upside down, you hold it over the flowing water for a moment longer, ensuring that truly nothing remains within. This thoroughness reflects a deepening commitment to the practice being offered, not merely setting aside some thoughts, but creating genuine space for new understanding to enter. The teacher nods slightly from where they sit, acknowledging this attention to detail, this willingness to go beyond partial measures. As you right the cup again, you notice how different it feels in your hands now, truly empty, truly receptive, truly ready. This physical sensation mirrors something happening within your awareness, a spaciousness opening where certainty once resided, a readiness to receive what this moment offers without preconception. Rising from the stream bank, you feel a lightness in your movement, a natural grace that comes with aligned intention. The cup in your hands now represents possibility rather than accomplishment, emptiness rather than fullness, potential rather than fulfillment. Returning to where the teacher sits, you recognize that this simple ritual has initiated a process that will continue long after this morning's lesson has ended. The letting go practice they have shared is not a one-time event but an ongoing invitation to release what no longer serves, to create space for fresh perception. With each step back toward the wooden table, you feel this understanding settling into your being, not as concept but as lived reality. The teacher receives the emptied cup from your hands with the same care with which they offered it. Their fingers brush yours in this exchange, a momentary connection that conveys appreciation for your participation. As you settle once more onto your cushion, you notice a difference in how you sit, how you breathe, how you perceive the world around you. Something has shifted through this mindful letting go ritual, something essential yet difficult to name. The teacher places the empty cup between you on the table, a reminder of what has been learned, a symbol of the practice that continues. In this perfect stillness, you recognize that you can return to this ritual anytime, when old patterns resurface, when certainty hardens, when the cup of your mind becomes too full to receive what life wishes to offer. This understanding brings a sense of freedom as we continue our journey together, exploring the spaciousness that true emptiness provides. Passage 8. Words arise naturally in the silence between you and the teacher, as morning light strengthens across the clearing. Without speaking, they convey essential wisdom about holding each moment with beginner's mind. This teaching unfolds not through explanation, but through the quality of attention they bring to everything, their eyes taking in the world as though seeing it for the first time. You notice how different this is from your usual way of moving through life, with the heavy filter of past knowledge coloring each new experience. The teacher gestures toward the empty cup, the spilled tea, the flowing stream, each element containing the entirety of the lesson being offered. With each breath now you practice this quality of fresh perception, receiving sensations, thoughts, emotions as they arise without immediately categorizing or judging them. A lone bird calls from somewhere nearby, its voice carrying clearly through the morning air. The sound arrives complete in itself, requiring no interpretation to be fully experienced. You listen with renewed attention, hearing nuances in the call that might normally escape notice, the slight variation in pitch, the perfect timing between notes, the way the sound interacts with the clearing's natural acoustics. The teacher raises one hand slightly, acknowledging this moment of pure perception. The bird calls again, this time receiving an answer from further away. This natural conversation continues, each call unique yet part of a greater harmony. You find yourself listening from a different place, not analyzing or naming, but simply receiving sound as direct experience. As you sit in this heightened awareness, you notice your breathing gradually slowing into an even measured rhythm. Inhale and exhale follow one another in perfect succession, each breath complete in itself yet flowing seamlessly into the next. Without conscious effort, your body has found its natural pace, attuned to the rhythms of the clearing around you. The teacher watches this process with gentle attention, their own breathing synchronized with yours in unconscious harmony. This shared rhythm creates a sense of connection that transcends words, a recognition that underneath all apparent differences we participate in the same fundamental processes of life. Each breath becomes an opportunity to practice beginner's mind, to receive this most familiar of experiences as though encountering it for the very first time. Sunlight streams through the branches above, creating patterns of light and shadow that dance across the clearing. These patterns shift constantly as gentle breezes move the leaves, never settling into fixed form, always flowing from one configuration to the next. You watch this play of light with complete attention, noticing how perception itself changes when freed from the habit of naming and categorizing. The teacher gestures toward a particularly beautiful pattern on the wooden table between you, inviting you to witness how light and shadow interweave in continuous creation. This simple observation grounds you more deeply in sensory experience, revealing how returning to the senses anchors awareness in the present moment far more effectively than any amount of thinking about presence could do. The stream continues its journey nearby, its voice a constant reminder of nature's flowing wisdom. You notice how water moves with perfect responsiveness, adapting to whatever lies in its path without resistance or complaint. This natural intelligence requires no planning, no analysis, no conceptual understanding, yet accomplishes its purpose with flawless precision. The teacher dips their fingers into the stream, then lets droplets fall back to its surface, creating momentary circles that expand outward before dissolving. In this simple demonstration they reveal how returning to sensory experience grounds awareness in direct perception, where true wisdom naturally resides. Your attention follows a single droplet as it rejoins the flowing water, a perfect example of the return to source that all experience ultimately makes. A subtle fragrance reaches you, carried on the morning breeze, something floral yet earthy that you cannot immediately identify. This not knowing creates a different quality of attention as your awareness rests in pure sensation without the overlay of naming. You inhale deeply, allowing the scent to be fully received, noticing how this direct experience brings you more completely into the present moment. The teacher nods slightly, acknowledging this shift in your perception. When senses engage directly without the filter of conceptual thought, something essential is revealed about the nature of experience itself. This understanding grounds you more deeply in embodied awareness, the knowing that arises not from thinking about the world, but from direct participation in its unfolding. The clearing has taken on a luminous quality now, as though ordinary perception has been transformed by the quality of attention you bring to it. Colors appear more vivid, sounds more distinct, sensations more immediate. You recognize that nothing in your surroundings has changed, only your way of perceiving them. The teacher gestures toward the empty cup, then to your eyes, then to the world around you, conveying without words how emptying the cup of preconception transforms ordinary experience into revelation. This teaching about returning to the senses anchors awareness in the present moment, not as philosophical concept but as lived reality. With each breath now you practice this direct perception, noticing how it creates a natural fullness of experience that requires no enhancement through thinking. Light and shadow continue their dance across the wooden planks of the table between you and the teacher. You watch with complete attention as patterns form and dissolve, never quite repeating themselves. This continuous creation mirrors the nature of consciousness itself, always fresh, always new, when not constrained by habitual patterns of thought. The teacher extends one hand palm upward into a patch of dappled light, watching how shadows move across skin with the fascination of a child encountering such a phenomenon for the first time. This simple demonstration contains the entirety of the teaching, being offered an invitation to meet each moment with the fresh perception of beginner's mind. You find yourself naturally mirroring this quality of attention, your awareness opening to receive experience directly without unnecessary commentary. A small lizard appears at the edge of the clearing, its movement catching your eye before it pauses perfectly still on a sun-warmed stone. Its presence brings a quality of alert stillness to the scene, as though the entire clearing holds its breath in response. You observe this tiny being with complete attention, noticing the perfect adaptation of its form to function, the subtle pulsing beneath its throat, the absolute stillness it can maintain while remaining perfectly alert. The teacher gestures toward the lizard with slight movement of their eyes, inviting you to witness how this creature naturally embodies the teaching being offered. Here is beginner's mind in action, consciousness perfectly attuned to present circumstances, neither lost in past references nor anticipating future moments, but wholly present with what is. The morning has deepened around you, time passing unnoticed in the absorption of direct experience. You become aware of how different this quality of attention feels from your usual state of consciousness, how much richer and more immediate life becomes when met with the fresh perception of beginner's mind. The teacher sits before you, embodying this teaching through their presence, demonstrating how returning to the senses anchors awareness in the present moment. This understanding settles into your being, not as concept to be remembered but as direct experience to be lived. The empty cup between you serves as reminder of what makes this perception possible, the willingness to set aside what we think we know in favor of what each moment freshly reveals. As we continue our journey together, this practice becomes the foundation for all that follows, the ground from which genuine wisdom naturally arises. Passage 9. The clearing holds a quality of perfect stillness, now as though time itself has paused to allow deeper understanding to emerge. You sit beside the teacher in shared silence, a meditation requiring no instruction, no technique, only the simple act of being fully present. Their eyes are softly closed, yet you sense a quality of alertness in their posture, an embodiment of the teaching being offered throughout this encounter. Without conscious decision, you find your own eyes gently closing, your attention turning inward while remaining connected to the sensations of the moment. The wooden bench beneath you, the gentle pressure of your hands resting in your lap, the subtle movement of air against your skin. These direct perceptions anchor your awareness in present experience, creating a foundation of embodied presence. With eyes closed, your hearing naturally sharpens, becoming more sensitive to the subtle symphony of sounds surrounding you. The stream's constant murmur, nearby birds calling in the distance, leaves rustling in occasional breezes. These sounds arrive and pass in continuous flow, requiring no response, no interpretation, no judgment. You notice how awareness naturally expands to include them all without effort or strain, simply receiving what is present. The teacher sits motionless beside you, their breathing so quiet it's barely perceptible, yet somehow providing a rhythm that stabilizes your own. In this shared stillness, something profound is being communicated about the nature of presence itself, about the spaciousness at the heart of experience when mind becomes quiet. Your breath continues its gentle rhythm, rising and falling like waves on a shoreline. With each inhale the body expands subtly, with each exhale it releases and settles. You notice how this natural movement happens without any need for control or direction, a perfect expression of the body's innate wisdom. As attention rests in this rhythmic flow, something begins to shift in your experience. The boundaries between inside and outside, between self and world, become less defined, awareness expanding to include both breath and breeze, both heartbeat and birdsong, as aspects of a single unified field of experience. The teacher remains perfectly still beside you, a silent confirmation of this deeper perception. Even with eyes closed, you sense the play of light and shadow as clouds occasionally pass overhead, changing the quality of brightness that filters through your eyelids. These subtle shifts in perception arrive without commentary, simply registered in awareness as direct experience. You notice how different this is from your usual habit of immediately naming, categorizing, interpreting every sensation. In this open receptivity, experience flows unimpeded by conceptual thought, revealing a freshness, a vividness that often goes unnoticed in ordinary consciousness. The teacher makes a slight adjustment in their posture, the soft sound drawing your attention momentarily before awareness again expands to include the entirety of present experience. As this meditation continues, you become aware of thoughts arising in consciousness. Ideas, memories, plans, questions, all appearing like bubbles in a stream, forming, expanding, dissolving in the continuous flow of awareness. Without effort, you find yourself witnessing this mental activity rather than being carried away by it, noticing how thoughts themselves are simply another phenomenon appearing in the field of consciousness, no different in essence from sounds, sensations, emotions. The teacher remains a steady presence beside you, embodying the possibility of resting in awareness itself rather than becoming identified with its changing contents. In this shared stillness, you directly experience how all phenomena arise and pass without disturbing the fundamental peace at the heart of being. A gentle breeze moves through the clearing, bringing the scent of pine and distant flowering plants. This sensory impression arrives complete in itself, requiring no elaboration to be fully received. You notice how directly it reaches you when attention is not cluttered with unnecessary thinking, how much richer experience becomes when met with simple presence. The teacher takes a slightly deeper breath, as though welcoming this fragrant messenger with particular appreciation. This subtle response draws your attention to the continuous dance of receiving and responding that constitutes our participation in the living world. Even in perfect stillness, this exchange continues, awareness naturally resonating with whatever appears within its field. Light and shadow dance across your closed eyelids as leaves move in the gentle breeze. These patterns never repeat exactly each moment, bringing a unique configuration of light and dark, a continuous creation never before seen, never to be exactly replicated. You watch this display with the fascination of a child seeing shadow play for the first time. The teacher sits unmoving beside you, their presence an anchor in this exploration of consciousness. As meditation deepens, you become aware of the witness itself, that which perceives without being caught in perception, that which knows without being limited by knowledge. This spacious awareness holds all experience without being defined by any of it, a presence that remains unchanged while witnessing constant change. The sound of water flowing over stones reaches you from the nearby stream, a perfect expression of nature's patient persistence. You listen with complete attention, noticing nuances in the sound that create a complex harmony, never exactly repeating yet always recognizable. This natural music provides a counterpoint to the silence within, as though external and internal rhythms are engaged in perfect dialogue. The teacher shifts slightly on the wooden bench, the subtle movement registering in your awareness without disturbing its fundamental stillness. In this shared meditation, something essential is being communicated about cultivating patience when the mind wanders about, gently returning attention to present experience without judgment or frustration. As you sit in deepening stillness, you notice how the mind occasionally drifts away from direct perception, becoming absorbed in thoughts, memories, plans. Each time this happens, awareness itself recognizes the wandering and naturally returns to present experience without effort or judgment. The teacher's steady presence beside you offers silent guidance in this practice, demonstrating through their being how to cultivate patience with the mind's natural tendency to wander. This recognition brings a quality of compassion to your meditation, an acceptance of the mind's movement as neither right nor wrong, but simply part of the nature of consciousness itself. With each gentle return to present awareness, you strengthen the capacity to rest in direct experience rather than becoming lost in conceptual thought. The clearing continues to hold you both in its peaceful embrace, sunlight warming your face, birds calling occasionally in the distance, water flowing over stones nearby. These simple elements create a perfect sanctuary for the practice unfolding between you and the teacher. As meditation deepens, you discover that true stillness is not the absence of movement, but the presence of unwavering awareness within which all movement occurs. The teacher embodies this understanding through their presence, demonstrating how patient attention transforms ordinary experience into revelation. With each breath now you practice returning to the senses, to direct perception, to the spacious awareness that holds all experience without being defined by any of it. This understanding settles into your being as we continue our journey together, exploring how cultivating patience when the mind wanders becomes the foundation for genuine wisdom to naturally emerge. Passage 10. The journey nears its completion as morning light fills the clearing with golden radiance. You sit before the teacher with the empty cup between you on the wooden table, a simple object that has become profoundly meaningful through the lessons it has revealed. The teacher meets your gaze with eyes that hold infinite patience, infinite compassion, infinite wisdom. Without words they offer final guidance on living each day with an empty cup, approaching each moment with the fresh perception of beginner's mind. Their hands rest open on their knees, a physical embodiment of the receptivity they have been demonstrating throughout this encounter. You feel something settling within you, a recognition that will continue to unfold long after you leave this clearing, a seed of understanding planted in fertile ground. The stream continues its journey, nearby water flowing over smooth stones with a sound like distant music. You listen with renewed appreciation, hearing how this natural symphony has been the backdrop for all that has unfolded between you and the teacher. Just as water adapts perfectly to whatever landscape it encounters, awareness takes the shape of whatever appears within it, without resistance, without preference. This understanding brings a quality of flexibility to your experience, a willingness to meet life exactly as it arrives rather than insisting it conform to your expectations. The teacher gestures toward the stream with an open palm, inviting you to carry this wisdom with you as you return to your daily life, remembering that true strength lies not in rigidity, but in responsive adaptation. Sunlight catches the rim of the empty cup, creating a perfect circle of light on the wooden table. This simple phenomenon captures your complete attention, revealing beauty in the most ordinary of circumstances when perceived with fresh eyes. The teacher watches your response with quiet appreciation, their presence encouraging this quality of attention. Living each day with an empty cup means approaching familiar experiences as though encountering them for the first time, seeing beyond habitual perception to the miracle present in each moment. This practice transforms ordinary life into continuous discovery, not through seeking extraordinary experiences but through bringing extraordinary attention to the ordinary. The circle of light shifts slightly as a breeze moves through the clearing, a reminder of the impermanence at the heart of all experience. A bird calls from nearby branches, its voice clear and distinct in the morning air. Without thinking, your attention moves toward the sound, receiving it directly, without the usual filter of naming and categorizing. This natural response demonstrates how the practice of beginner's mind is already taking root within you, how awareness naturally opens to experience when not constrained by preconception. The teacher nods slightly, acknowledging this shift in your perception. The wisdom they have shared is not something new to be acquired, but something essential to be remembered, a natural capacity for direct perception that has always been present yet often overlooked in the rush of conceptual thinking. This recognition brings a sense of homecoming, as though returning to what has always been your truest nature. The teacher adjusts the folds of their simple robe, a movement performed with such complete attention that it becomes a demonstration of mindfulness in action. You witness how they bring the same quality of presence to this ordinary gesture as they did to pouring tea, to emptying the cup, to sitting in meditation. This consistency reveals how beginner's mind can infuse every aspect of daily life, transforming routine activities into opportunities for awakening. The soft sound of fabric moving then settling into stillness carries its own teaching about how form follows function when actions arise from centered awareness. As you watch this simple adjustment, you recognize that the practice being offered extends far beyond this morning's lesson into every moment of your life, every gesture, every encounter, every breath. A profound hush follows this movement, a silence that feels alive with potential. In this perfect stillness you sense the completion of what has been offered, the natural conclusion of the teaching that began with an overflowing cup. The teacher's eyes meet yours, conveying appreciation for your receptivity, your willingness to empty your cup and receive what was being offered. No words are needed as understanding passes between you in the language of presence. This silence contains all that has been shared and more, a direct transmission that bypasses conceptual thought to touch the heart of experience itself. You feel grateful for this moment, for this teacher, for this clearing where something essential has been revealed about the nature of mind and the possibility of living each day with fresh perception. The teacher rises from their cushion with unhurried grace, each movement flowing naturally from the one before. Standing now, they extend both hands, palms upward, in a gesture of offering that contains the entirety of what has been shared. You rise as well, feeling a new quality in your movement, a natural alignment that comes from embodied understanding. The morning light illuminates both of you, creating long shadows that stretch across the clearing. These shadows hold their own beauty, their own truth, when perceived with the attention you have been practicing throughout this encounter. The teacher bows slightly, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement that honors both the wisdom shared and your capacity to receive it. You return this bow, feeling gratitude expanding through your being for this precious teaching, for this perfect morning, for this opportunity to begin anew. As you prepare to depart the clearing, carrying the lesson of the empty cup with you, the teacher offers a final silent blessing. Their eyes convey complete acceptance, complete understanding, complete trust in your capacity to integrate what has been revealed. This wordless affirmation strengthens your resolve to approach each day, each encounter, each challenge with beginner's mind, to empty your cup again and again, making space for fresh perception to enter. You recognize that this practice is not something to perfect, but something to live, a continuous invitation to release preconception and meet life directly. The path that brought you to this clearing now beckons you back to the waiting world, yet you know you will carry this clearing within you wherever you go. A sanctuary of awareness always available when you remember to empty your cup. The stream continues its journey, water flowing endlessly yet never the same from one moment to the next. This natural wisdom will be your companion and teacher as you return to daily life, reminding you of the continuous flow of experience that constitutes your own journey. Birds call from the trees around the clearing, their voices joining in harmony without conductor or score. These natural sounds will remind you to listen with fresh ears to all the voices that will greet you throughout your days. The empty cup remains on the wooden table, a simple object transformed by understanding into a perfect symbol of receptive awareness. This image will appear in your mind's eye whenever you find yourself too full of certainty, too convinced of what you know, too closed to receive what life is offering in each fresh moment. With quiet gratitude, you turn toward the path that will lead you back to the waiting world. Each step carries you forward, yet something essential remains in the clearing, a seed planted deeply in fertile ground. The teacher watches your departure with the same attention they brought to your arrival, neither clinging to your presence nor rushing your leaving. This perfect acceptance demonstrates once more the heart of the teaching you have received, the capacity to meet each moment exactly as it is without adding or subtracting anything through preference or aversion. As you move along the path, the sounds of the clearing gradually fade, yet the understanding gained there continues to unfold within you. The practice of beginner's mind, the lesson of the empty cup, the student's journey toward receptive awareness, all these continue beyond this morning, beyond this clearing, beyond this particular teacher and student, into the unlimited field of experience that awaits your fresh perception.